go, boy.
Happy Supercross Saturday. Make sure you hit that like button and subscribe. It's free, and this channel will keep you up to date on all the latest with the riders' teams and races.
If you haven't yet, tell us in the chat and or comments down below, what was your RM fantasy picks for the 450 class?
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome back to my channel. If you are new here, I'm Linda. This is for the record, Your Honor. If you just popped in, welcome. I'm glad the transfer over worked. Make sure you hit that like button, and Race Day Live should be starting in a couple of minutes. Supercross Saturday. Currently, we are showing the KTM race practice. They do not air this on any platform, so feel free to watch and check out those numbers. 250 overflow qualifying 1, Indianapolis. Did you guys hear about Pat McAfee? He is from ESPN. He also does his show on YouTube. He had interviewed Colt Nichols, and that is major publicity for the sport. So that is awesome. That is great. He is from Indianapolis, so that's probably why he went with talking to Colt. Race Day Live should be starting any minute now. Oh, why, thank you. Yes, apparently the rumors flying around is that they are not letting people bring in signs to have during the broadcast, whether it's Race Day Live or the actual races tonight. And if that is true, obviously, why do you guys think? Maybe, just maybe because of the broadcast drama and someone's afraid that fans are going to be speaking out. Well, I don't know what to say because it's way too late for that. It's all over the internet, and the internet's forever. So, I don't know. But we'll see if they show in the audience any signs or no signs at all. We'll keep you posted. But it will be interesting to see how this broadcast goes. Right now they have Weege doing some intros and some B-roll footage. And then now he's actually doing trackside with the guy Chase from RM Fantasy. Are you guys a fan of the Weege, Jason Wygant? I think he is great on the mic, and his play-by-play is so fast. my brain doesn't function like that. Hence why I would never be a professional rider, because you have to be able to think ahead and see and connect with what your vision is seeing before you get to that spot. And I am prone to injury, so leave it as that. But to see him on the mic with a crazy hairdo, all right, go Weege, you do your thing. And it's nice to see they're using a lot of the females for the backstage stuff. I think they actually do well with that. Looks like a packed house, and so far I do not see any signs in the audience. Right now they are reviewing the map for this track, which we said in the podcast last night, it is going to be a tricky one. The rumor is the sand section is going to be insane for this track, and it's the toughest one so far this year. And that is wild, because apparently the sand sections we've recently seen swallowed up a bunch of people. .250 East qualifying 1. Austin Forkner's out there currently. Do you guys think he is going to be back on his game this time? Because it was kind of lackluster last race. He's been through a lot, so I understand. I mean, brain surgery is insane, but he is with a new Team Triumph. He's got to make it look good. Red flag on the track. They are not saying exactly who it is at the moment. Oh no. 73. He's patting the ground. He's in pain. There was a sign behind AC in Brighton, so I don't know. Unless there's like a family connection there and they snuck it in. We'll see. I didn't see what it said. Make sure you cast your votes in the chat poll. East Coast G's or West Coast homies? Which coast is better? They have panned back to Weege and Chase talking trackside, and in the background you just see all the riders lined up, but they're still staring, so I believe they probably still have that rider on the track. But speaking of Chase from RM Fantasy Picks podcast, who did you guys put in for your picks? I did not cast my vote yet. I am going to keep an eye on certain people during the qualifying races and then make my choices, but don't wait too late, or else once you get to gate drop, you cannot cast your votes. They keep on showing the sand section. It looks really soft, and it looks wrecked already. So it's going to be, during a race, it's going to be a freaking mess. I'm not pulling a Ricky Carmichael. When I say soft sand, I'm comparing to like real gritty, rough shit. And then there's the soft, fluffy, powdery, smooth shit. The Great Commission Yamaha 250 podium suite tonight? Maybe. I do have my highlights in blue for Yamaha Star Racing and Haiden Deegan tonight. So just an update on the sign. The person that was holding it is no longer there, behind Browse, Brayton, and AC. I do believe that is like a special VIP little pit area. So that's why I said they might have a family connection and snuck that in there, but they're gone. And as I see in the audience, I don't see anybody holding anything or possibly just having a sign with them. But we'll see, we'll see. It's still early. Right now, they're just showing the replay to that crash, and it was gnarly. Don't mind things crashing in the background, you know. We got buttery fingers over here. This looks really bad. Like the way his legs bent in the air and connecting to the ground. Oh, dude. Oh, no. We probably have some broken bones, and then another rider just kind of ran right over him. This is a dangerous sport, and like I said, they deserve way more credit in mainstream than they do. Hey, Swamp Picker. We had a rider that went down really bad. They're in a red flag state right now for possible restart any minute now. '73 Bose plug. I think that's how you say it, or it's booty plug. I don't know. I've never been able to pronounce it correctly. But yeah, it does not look good. Possibly broken bones. Ooh, burn for RC, huh? Did you guys see that footage? Because that's going around on the internet, going viral. And it did look like he hit the boat. They may stop people from bringing signs, but if they want to boo Ricky or Diffie, they can't stop them from that. Will RJ Hampshire take another? And did you guys get teary-eyed with his win last week? Because that story that some fan came up to him with a jersey that belonged to his father who had recently passed. Wow, man, that's touching. And I'm sure it brought him to tears, and he probably appreciated that so much in that moment. He said he never actually owned or had one of his father's jerseys. Swamp Picker, I do. I'm not good, and I'm very prone to injury, but I try. In one of the intro commercials that I do during the races and during qualify commercial breaks, you'll see it. It's the one with the pink background, of course. That is actually my little mini pit bike. Her name is Roxy. I'm currently learning stuff with the clutch because I plan to, with my husband, get an on-off-road dirt bike. But yeah, I experienced a whiskey throttle and re-injured my leg that I had a previous injury with, and it took me 2 years to be able to walk normal again. But let's just say when I thought I was going to be going through a shed, a custom-built shed, I somehow managed to go left and go in between 2 trees and made it clear. So maybe I do sometimes have some luck. Tell me in the chat if you guys ride. What type of bikes do you have? What bike do you think is the best to have for a beginner? Is it possible Austin Forkner heard my voice? Because look at him go. Slot 2. That's awesome, Swamp Picker. That's like my dream. I would take any job and position for Supercross. Let me take the muck off backpack and just power wash the shit out of those bikes. I would love it. Club MX for the win. We're actually supposed to inherit a Honda XR650 on-off, so that will be exciting. right now they are at commercial break. So I'll throw up that video I was telling you about. Yes, it's little, it's mini, but it's the best little pit bike in the city. It's cute. It's great. I'm scared of ever going on a bigger bike, but you never know. Right now, they're just talking to Chance Hymas. He was fastest qualifying. And now they are getting ready for 250 West qualifying 1. So this group has Shamotor, Julian, Juju, Marchbanks, Haiden, Deegan. Oh, yeah, he is. And for Juju, hopefully he's healing up. You guys know Deegan is kryptonite for Chance Hymas. Chase. Oh my God. And Haiden is expected to do extremely good because he got rid of, even though they're good friends and family friends, but the style of riding and training is completely different between those two. So a lot of people noticed that recently. So with him out and being more freely and back into his typical danger zone mode, we should see Danger Boy tonight, hopefully. It's kind of a bummer that Levi Kitchen was taken out last race because he would be here for the East Coast, West Coast showdown. And we all wanted to see that with him and Deegan. But now it seems like it's Deegan versus Juju or Deegan versus Hymas. Make sure you keep your eyes on the little sections and the times because it's going to make a huge difference in your choices for your fantasy picks. So each section. So rhythm 1, 5-pack sand, rhythm 2, rhythm 3, and of course, everyone's favorite, the whoops. Are you guys a fan of number 100, Colt Davies? Seems to be quite the goofy dude. No, they're still good. I don't know. He was always there with the children, like pretty much a free babysitter. Oops, sorry about that, you guys. Let me know if you can hear me and the mic is back on. Thank you. Haiden Deegan, fastest qualifying. They are at commercial.
Happy Supercross Saturday. Make sure you hit that like button and subscribe. It's free, and this channel will keep you up to date on all the latest with the riders' teams and races.
If you haven't yet, tell us in the chat and or comments down below, what was your RM fantasy picks for the 450 class?
If you just arrived, welcome. I'm Linda. This is For the Record, Your Honor. We cover a whole bunch of different topics and genres on this channel. And right now, with it being Supercross season, that's what I'm focused on right now for the most part. I will be having a live tomorrow morning that is more catered towards pop culture. And it's actually going to be about a book that I finished where it was cult culture. So it's a little interesting. So feel free to join us if you're interested in that type of topic. Make sure you hit that like button. We got to get those likes up so Indiana Puppers can get her pup cup tomorrow. 450 Group A qualifying 1. All the boys: Webb, Saxton, Plessinger, Chisholm, McElrath, Ferrandis, Savacci, Anderson, Stewart, Mookie, Justin Cooper, Colton Nichols, who we just spoke about. He was on the Pat McAfee show. That's pretty cool. Justin Barsha, Benny Bloss, the whole crew. And don't forget Mr. Ken Waxon, Mr. German Chocolate.
I'll have to be honest. If you've seen the Pat McAfee clip, he actually honks on it pretty good. At first, you think he's kind of copping out, riding a little TTR around, but they probably wanted to just make sure he knew how to, ride a little bit. And then they threw him on the 450. He wasn't revving it out, but I mean, he was honking on it.
And just a random fun fact, if you follow Justin Hill on Instagram, he's actually a musician as well, a country singer. And I just watched a video yesterday. He's pretty good. Which Ken Roxon are we going to see on the track in the race tonight? Good mood, bad mood. You never know with him. I mean, he's coming in with a win right now. So hopefully he's overall in positive spirits, good mood. I like seeing that Kenny. I don't like seeing the Kenny that lets, camera people fall right in front of him and he doesn't even check to see if they're okay. I mean, come on, man. Keep an eye on that kryptonite, Cooper Webb. Some reason when he is in the area vicinity of Ken Roxon, stuff goes bad usually. And there's been an on and off feud, so... Good to see Justin Barsha keeping it moving, getting back up to at least, like the top 5 with speed. He hasn't been showing much of great performance lately. A father who just had a baby. So congratulations to him. But I would like to see him stay in the top 5. Go, Mookie. Go, Mookie. Will Malcolm Stewart break that curse? The one-hit wonder. I sure hope so. I like the guy. Personality on and off the track, seems to be a great dude. So let's hope this season he can snag some wins. Hello, Red Eyes Gaming Shorts. I will say, Haiden Deegan, of course he's in this danger zone. Come on now. He did good. He was fastest qualifying. If you got them, light them up. Smoke them. Every time I think about that kid, I just picture him with that big sombrero. Of course. Claremont, Florida. All right. And South Wales, UK. Awesome. Thanks for being here. We appreciate it more than you'll ever know. We just want to make sure we can have a nice community, whether it stays small or not, where everyone could just chit chat, have some fun, poke some fun, you know, and why not? It's good for the sport and it's good for the fans. Ooh, aloha from Hawaii. I love Hawaii. I've never been there, but I love everything about it, including the culture. My mother is Filipino, so I am very familiar with the island foods. Oh, making me hungry. What? Ooh. That's some information for a whole nother stream or video. Interesting. Red Eyes, that sounds exactly like where we live. So we'd be used to it. Ah, nice. I mean, some of it is like odd, of course, you know, it's out of the norm. But there's some that's like, I mean, obviously chicken adobo is, you know, everyone's favorite. Everyone loves chicken, right? But the island flavor, how they sometimes even throw some pineapple on things you would never think of. So good. That would be great for Mookie. And he was just on the mic. I wonder if that is their new little tactic right now. They're going to have some riders say some little quick bits to the fans, to the kids, you know, stir the Ricky drama out, the Lee Diffie drama out. I mean, I hate to say it, but it is a business. So they are going to use tactics to do PR and save the whole series, probably. Spam and white rice. Oh my God. What's funny is my mother being Filipino, so I've been used to island food, but my dad being like every white ethnicity and culture he could possibly be, he loves spam and rice. Race Day live broadcast is currently on commercial break. When we return, it will be 450 Group B qualifying 1. Spam is gross. My buddy smokes it and tries to say it's good. Oh boy, they got Steve Mathis in the booth. Are they going to tiptoe around the topic? What Daniel Blair had dropped? Never give up. We tried just a little bit. It should be under fair use if it's just little clip bits. Right now they're talking about sandbagging. And that coming out of Steve Mathis is a little awkward. I've had my past issues with them, so I'm well aware how sneaky they can be. I will give Mathis credit. He is very good at discussing things. I mean, his attitude used to be really crappy. He's gotten a lot better. He annoys me, though, with his podcast. He always drags out the main topic after like 2 hours and then an hour of like rolling credits of sponsors. But he knows his stuff, so it's nice to actually see him in the booth pop in here and there, give his spin on things. And I'm sure AC and Brayton can learn a couple things from the guy. He's been in the industry for a while. So I'm even shocked that I'm saying this, but I show a little bit of respect to him. So Browse apparently is doing a little tit for tat with AC in the booth. Is that on purpose? I don't know. Are they being a little bit like Ricky and Daniel? I think these two are actually friends, good friends off camera. And they know when to play with each other and joke around and when to be serious. And also, I think they know how to take a joke. So... But I guess Brayton was kind of, poking him, saying how he's always... And if you go back in YouTube old footage, you'll see a lot of Adam Cincerillo when he was little. It is adorable. But yeah, he was the up and coming. He was the big push. He was very hyped. And he had a good career. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't flawless. But he is super fast on a track. Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you. I actually honestly hope some girls will eventually, some women, I should say, will eventually start popping in or, find out about my channel, because I know there's a bunch of chicks out there that like this sport, not just the guys. There's a lot of girls that ride, and I feel like they need a voice too. If you guys watch Kooksy, feel free to tag me in his comments to see if I can do a video, just a conversation with him. I would actually love to interview him because he does, whether you like him or not, have a background, and he did write for Racer X at one point, or Vital MX. And he does have his connections, and a lot of people didn't believe him about the Ricky feud and Daniel Blair, and look what happened. He was right. We just did not expect or know about Lee Diffie. Respect to the HVAC guy. Dude can bring the heat, literally. Shout out to the underdogs. Boys gotta eat too, They're talking about Filthy Phil Nicoletti, the grumpiest rider in the world. I'm not everybody's cup of tea, but those that get my humor, those are my type of people. A lot of sponsoring and promoting Pulp MX, I see. It also says that they're highlighting 2025 Pulp MX Privateer Championship Series. That's pretty cool. Listen up, Nitty Gritty Garage. I am the funniest bitch in the room. Okay? Okay. That's what I thought. That is awesome. Steve Mathis is saying, support the privateers. They could use the extra cash, the fundraising. Not only do they appreciate it, but come on, we need to get some people out there. There might be some true grit and talent that we're not seeing that should be out there, deserves to be out there, but they simply just don't have a factory, perfect bike. Are you looking for a live stream of the broadcast? Because we don't claim to, neither does the title say we're going to be showing that. What we do show is a full screen here. It's the fullest we can show you, the screen, trust me, of the qualifying times and race results. So I'm not too sure what you're trying to say, but hopefully that's what you're looking for. They actually currently are not airing on Race Day Live, the 450 Group C qualifying one that you're seeing on the screen right now. So like we were talking about, they're giving shout outs to privateers. These guys are, sometimes the forgotten riders as well. I wish they would show them fully. They do some on and off a little bit of the track, but they usually use this time frame for their interviews or their little mini clips that they put on, and then they use them again during the live races tonight. Oh no, that's something that can't be unseen. Who's gonna get taken out tonight? I'm going to say keep eyes on Vial in the whoops because he's not the strongest in those sections. And, of course, McAdoo. I'm unsure with McAdoo because they were mentioning him before, and I thought he was out. But if he is racing, we know what to expect. You said it, bro. When I do a video just talking about recapping and what happened with Chase, because he crashes so much, it's like unavoidable. You have to talk about it. And there is some Chase Saxon fans that I will tell you, they just want to eat me alive when it comes to it. And I'm just repeating what his actions are, what happened in the race. Yes, in New Jersey at MetLife Stadium, I believe 1 or 2 times. But I do have a video, if you look back in the playlist for Motocross Supercross, where you could pretty much hear me in the stands just screaming my head off. But it was a good time. The only thing that was a little annoying was there was a delay. They had to stop and get the riders off because we ended up in some crazy rainstorm and there was thunder and lightning. So they had to follow their regulations and rules. So there was time where everybody had to be exited out of the stands and seating area and wait in the areas where like they sell the merch and the food. It wasn't that bad. It was nice to actually see a lot of strangers just hanging out, talking about their favorite riders, and hopefully that we'll get back in. But it was a hell of a race. If you guys know which one I'm talking about, I believe it was Justin Barsha who won it, and Jet Lawrence actually did like a mudslide in the rain. It was cool. Definitely check out that video. I actually had bought the tickets and made a printout and had hotel room booked and everything for Foxborough in 2020. I was so ready, but unfortunately things got canceled and I don't know. I was going to try and hope to go to Foxborough this year, maybe next, But in the next series for motocross, we will be definitely checking out Southwick. And just for light humor, for the Chase Saxton fans that are always poking at me and giving me crap. Hey, babies. Oh my God. For a deep dive, I'm sure. See, my whole argument is with RC and stuttering. I stutter, I get tongue-tied. You'll hear me do my blah, 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 blah a lot. I have, you know, a speech impediment. But I'm not trying to be a professional broadcaster, you know, on television and mainstream. If you know you're not good at it, why does he care so much that he needs to be the best and the only one that's good, so-called good, in the booth? Him getting jealous of Daniel Blair, it's just now looking back at these old clips, you could see the jealousy. Just admit where you're not the best, you know? Maybe on the track, yeah, sure, you're a GOAT, but in the booth, not so much. You're leaving? Where are you going? You gotta watch the races. Thank you for being here, though. Definitely appreciate it. And come back. Always check for the videos that I do recapping the races, talking about the riders. And unfortunately, if there's any injuries, I will do some small content on that just to keep everybody pretty much updated on what's expected in the next race, who's going to be there, who's not going to be there. And of course, you know, if there's some hot tea and drama that I can spill, I will. Closing time. Now that would be interesting. That would be a really good idea for a video to post, like a live stream on YouTube. I think so many people would tune into that shit. Oh my God. But should they race with new factory type of bikes now, or the ones that they had when they were pro racing? Have you guys watched Carson Brown his videos on his channel, and he does some show segment. I think it's called Eras, where they try the different bikes and race different racers to see who's the fastest. I believe there's only one person that's been able to beat Carson Brown, but he does the show with Daniel Blair. It's actually really good. John Lopez, make sure you're careful. You know, be careful. Eyes on the road. It's just a hard conversation, really, because, you know, some people might think being the GOAT, labeled the GOAT, means one thing when it could be possibly another. Like, a lot of people just assume me had the most perfect seasons or whatever compared to another rider. But I feel, in my opinion, it should be, if you're going to be labeled the GOAT, greatest of all time, you should be all over, full circle, all around. A good leader, mentor, and that you've done more than just ride perfectly in the sport. You've given back to the sport and the community, the fans, the next generations that are coming up, and doing other types of shows, not just a side podcast and broadcasting in the booth. Daniel has, like, I believe, like 9 projects going on all at the same time. That is a skill, and that is a talent, and deserves to be recognized. I mean, it's not easy to broadcast or even talk on a microphone. Some people can't do it. And like I said earlier, there's times I get tongue-tied. It's embarrassing, but if you understand my personality, it is what it is. But it will be interesting to see if anything, you know, if we get any little Easter eggs or hints regarding the drama tonight during the broadcast. Yeah, exactly. Yep. But if he's on the mic tonight, he's going to also have the drama in his head tonight. Like, he might even be worse. I don't know. Or maybe he rehearsed his ass off and has, you know, side cue cards ready to roll. Because if I was him, honestly, I would probably be a nervous wreck right now to even be in front of the camera. They might. Yeah, I mean, if you've seen his I don't know if it's Title 24 or Title 4 or something podcast. He's so different. Maybe it's because he's more comfortable. He might be in his own home / studio. But if he's able to have a conversation with, I think it's Filippo, right? Is it? It might be him. You know, he's got to find that little connection, and he should by now have that with the Weege, with JS7. But maybe it's the, you know, the broadcast itself as a whole. It's not just a camera in front of him. There's other people in the room too. I don't know. It's just I wish he would be upfront and honest that he is not the best man for the job. Jeez. NBC Supercross, make sure you get her a pup cup. In Maine, her pup cup has a donut.
A blueberry glaze.
Ooh, what are you, a munchkin?
A munchkin.
Look at him mouth. Oh, okay, okay.
We will be right back after this commercial break. Stay tuned and stay pinned.
Okay.
Tell me in the chat, who do you have for your fantasy pick?
Indiana puppers, we are almost there.
Hey everyone, we'll be back in just a moment. Thank you again so much for joining me. Don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe. It's absolutely free. You can also follow me on Instagram at For The Record Your Honor, as well as Twitter at YAS, Y-A-S, Your Honor. Oh boy! Right now they got Ricky and Lee Diffie together in the booth talking. Oh, they actually are smiling. So props to them, I guess, not letting shit bother them. But I'm gonna tell you right now, that smile on Lee Diffie's face will never be the same when I look at him, because now I just see it's kind of creepy, to be honest. I'm so confused with Lee Diffie and his whole position and situation, because he's all over the place. He just took another spot with NASCAR as well. They're doing some analyzing of footage replay. I don't know. Maybe they have been practicing, and I don't know. It looks like they're kind of doing like a run through right now. If you saw my previous video dealing with Lee Diffie, where he talks about his interview process, it's kind of like what they're doing right now. If Travis Pastrana had come out and said that Ricky Carmichael was a jerk, an asshole, in his words, then that says a lot, because Travis Pastrana hangs out with all different types of personalities. He's been through it all, seen it all. If you know his history with Brian Deegan, like that whole thing, he's like the nicest guy in the world. So for him to put it out there that, like, yeah, Ricky was kind of an asshole, tells you he is most likely probably an asshole.
So here's my question for Lee Diffie. If he signed a contract with NASCAR, it goes on at the same time as Supercross. So is he going to call Supercross on Saturdays and NASCAR on Sundays? Is he fully committed?
Speed Racer. Hey, what's going on? Funny that Ricky Carmichael has to put it out there. Watch out for Austin Forkner out there on his Triumph, you know. He's got to put in his PR too, you know. I like that they just split screen of Lee Diffie with Ricky and AC and Brayton. And you can see AC and Brayton are like holding their hands close together under the table and just like rubbing them together. They both like look like they're in a nervous wreck to even talk to the other two. It must be so weird and awkward within the studios and everybody, even with the riders, because everybody knows about the Truth video from Daniel Blair. They just reset for 250 overflow, qualifying 2. But right now they are doing a side interview. But I will change it over in just a few moments. They're interviewing another sports star from the Colts, and he was saying like, oh, he's not used to seeing all this dirt up in here. But he's rocking this red jacket that says Balenciaga, and I don't know if you guys are up on the up and up when it comes to like the Colts and the elites and all those other topics that I cover. If not, check it out. There's an old video I did on Balenciaga. Bad news, man. If I was him, I would not be wearing that jacket. Those dreads will be flying. That's for sure.
Make sure you hit that like button and subscribe to For the Record, Your Honor, to stay up to date with Supercross updates and reports.
.250 overflow qualifying 2 is out and about.
You know, when Mookie looks good and he's got those dreads going when his seat bouncing, it always looks good, kind of like Anderson with his shirt untucked.
That's why I said them dreads are going to be a-flowing. Stop it. Stop it. Oh, the Weege in the booth telling the youngins, RC and Browse, you know, I'm going to be the best in the booth. You watch it. They got everybody lined up on this little table right now. Now I think they're just going through their predictions and their fantasy pickings. But I think they all, like, when they look at each other, they know. I think it's just one of those things that it's the elephant in the room. They want to say something, but obviously they can't. If you guys ever are surfing the internet and on YouTube and find some interesting clips that I probably have not mentioned or seen, feel free to tag me in them, because I would definitely love to, you know, use some more information and clips, content, so I can do further deep dives into, you know, the sports. So like I said, 250 qualifying 2 overflow is currently on the track. If you are watching the feed on Peacock of Race Day Live, they are not airing these races or this practice through. They usually don't. Sometimes they'll show it here and there. But, you know, they should be showcasing them here and there. And that's one thing I miss about Daniel Blair, because he would always do a breakdown for the younger generation, the futures, and highlight the underdogs, because he knows what it's like to be one. AC is putting Seth Hammaker as his guy for 250. But it seems that Brayton, you know, not because of the number 10, but he said he's going to be rooting for number 10 tonight.
going for the Hyman.
Listen, the name is Hymus. Hey, speed racer, like RC says, get your facts straight. Yeah, I think he hit the boat. I just think for all sides, everybody involved, everybody just needs to take a deep breath. If they have something to say, because the other two didn't come out with a statement yet, say it, just get it out so everyone could just move on. I think everybody just wants it to be over with. And if they are acting up behind the scenes, they need to get their shit together. Grow up.
On a side note, they were just talking about Deegs rocking the chest protector over his shirt. I don't know. I like it. I'm old school. I like when people had the hard chest protectors. What do you guys think?
People have been asking, is he ever going to come out with his own with those, those shoulder spikes, little metal militia?
So the track is definitely breaking down a ton, as usual. Gonna be super ruddy. Easy chance for high sides and injuries. Let's see who makes it as usual.
Who will survive Indianapolis? Do we have any Juju fans in the chat? Oh, Haley saying she's a J. Coop believer. I like her, but I do think she is awesome in the position she is in currently, which is mostly behind the scenes when they're getting ready with their teams. But she is good on the mic, even right now in the booth with the guys. She definitely holds her own. And if you didn't know, she rides. Which nickname? One I said? if you're talking about Juju, oh Lord, I thought you were talking about Malcolm. I was gonna say because that was a given like childhood nickname, so nobody created that one. But for Juju, I just feel like I use the term like, "Ooh, that's bad juju." So I don't know why he would stick with that. Oh my God, they can roll them R's, man. They are very, very adamant theatrical. It's great that they cover the sport, and there is a lot of different places where they have Spanish speaking people watching or listening, I should say, but they don't have the opportunity to actually watch our races here in the States. So there is a lot of people that are always searching online to watch. But that's a whole nother situation and topic that eventually I'll probably talk more about. It's just crazy to me how the sport has so much money and they cannot just come out with their own one app for all these series rather than having all of us buy all different platforms, streaming services, apps. It's insane. And the money adds up. $250 West qualifying 2. I believe where I am is possibly like three hours from now. And hello from France. That is awesome. ¿Cómo se dice? Mi amo Linda, ¿cómo estás? I try. Yeah, I have to admit, Enzo does have a big following. So does Jorge Prado, but unfortunately he's out for the season. Mucho besos. when we talk about other countries, it makes me think about like Miss America, Miss Universe, and when they come up to say where they're from, what state, what country, it's always like Brazil. I love hearing the accents and the enthusiasm. Like I always say, watch out for the boys in pink. Usually, anybody wearing pink usually does good. And number 37, he's got some magenta on. But my eyes are on Deegan. Bright and yellow.
Who wants to see a good ride at a 30? Like, I don't even know would necessarily be like a good ride for him. Like, maybe top 5, hopefully. Definitely, probably not a top 3. That'd be great. But Shimoda needs to do something.
He needs to get his motor running. We like Shimoda over here. We do. We always wish the best for him, and it was just terrible what happened with the pit sign situation in his fingers. But yes, he, like Nitty Gritty was just saying, I don't know if you guys heard him, but Joe Shimoda always has really nice like detail on his bike. It always looks good, and when they did the military throwback, that thing was sick. Oh, thank you. And feel free to pop in and out. We understand people have things they got to do. Everybody's got responsibilities, and it's the weekend. So definitely, if you have to leave, come back. We'll be back on during the race. In between, we show some clips from other videos or little mini commercials. So don't worry, we'll be here. He's in the danger zone. Watch out now.
Is it just me, or does it look like he has overalls on? Like he works for a garbage company?
I like it. But then again, I love neon colors and brightness. So, but it kind of from the back side, the way it looks on him, it just kind of gives a little bit of an old school vibe. with the old school gear. Right now, they're commentating and watching, and they're just saying how this track is becoming a mess. It's wrecked with every rip through that they're doing. It's not looking so powdery anymore either. Like the overall, it's pretty clumpy and dry. Yes, we will be here during the race. I'm not sure. Eastern Standard Time. It's listed for 7 p.m. on Racer X Online. From what I find on the Supercross website for the timing results, it looks like for 250, if you're talking about Brandon Ray, Honda, it looks like he was in 19th place. So he did qualify. Okay, yeah. So yeah, Brandon Ray. You are so welcome. The broadcast is currently on commercial break.
Yeah, just be smart, consistent. Yeah, a little bummed if my lap could have been better, so we'll fix it in the main event, the heat race. But yeah, we're ready to have some fun tonight.
.250 East qualifying 2 is being set up now.
For a roll up, you can kind of not be so close.
Old Max almost going down. Just seat bound. Pretty good save. Didn't go down. He's having a rough day. That would have been like the third time, I think. For those Hymas fans, 9th place needs to pick it up unless he's just kind of lurking around, seeing what's up, saving it for the mains.
We are at commercial break.
Who do you think is going to win? Make sure you tell us in the chat or comments down below.
.450 Group A qualifying 2. So Webb, Saxton, Plessinger, Chisholm, all of them. Time to really start watching and studying them times in all them sections, because you need to place your votes ASAP for 450 class RM Fantasy. They just announced that the big race tonight, they're going to have Jet Lawrence spend some time in the booth with Lee Diffie and Ricky Carmichael. And if you saw the video that the Lawrence brothers put out on their channel, This is Lawrence, you could see behind the scenes footage in the studio. And I got the vibe that JS7 was just chill. He's like pretty much what you see is what you get on and off camera. But it was like super awkward when Jet was in there and you just see Lee Diffie like go in the corner and sit down and just like watch everybody. I don't know, something just felt a little off. But having Jet back in the booth again, especially after everything that's being talked about, that might be a little bit of like a little help towards the tension that everybody's going to be feeling. Oh boy, Cooper Webb. He got a little horsey bucky off his bike there. Showing a replay right now. Oh, those ruts are nasty. They just literally whipped him off the track. They're showing he looks like he went off the track to go to the mechanics, get the bike checked out. He stood right up after, so he's most likely fine. But I don't know about the bike. Hopefully he didn't mess some things up. Banging up the bars. We were just talking about Cooper Webb and how he just flung off. And do you guys remember? I don't remember what year it was when he he just went flying. I thought he was going to go into the freaking audience, but he landed actually way off the track. And I think it was right on the concrete. Oh God, that was terrible. So the way he just crashed before, he could have definitely broke his back again. That's wild. He tried to save it. It looked like he was kind of confident during that moment, but unexpectedly, it just flung him off. Completely not what you would expect in that situation, position. Anderson looking good, right behind Roxon. Kenny's holding the top front. Kay Saxon currently in 7th. I did show it before, but after they're done this group qualifying, I will put it up on the screen for you to check it out. Right now they're talking about Justin Hill, and I don't know if you guys saw like the press conference. I believe it was last weekend. The clip is all over the internet where AP is laughing to Roxon, and he's like, yeah, Justin Hill, he's fast in qualifying. He was pissing me off. And like I said earlier in the previous stream, if you follow him on Instagram, he actually sings and plays guitar, very country, and he's actually pretty good. Oh, they're all going to be in that danger zone. This is true. The podcast I had up last night, I had to take it down and clip the track map out because they wanted to copyright strike that, because soon as it went live, it was shut down saying blocked in all countries, which is insane, mind-blowing. Wow. So I will be showing the still pictures and drawings of the map for you. Just the, the little, what do you call it? I can't think of the word right now. The animation that they make, it looks like the flying magic carpet through everything on their little Yamaha maps. They won't let us show that, but the still shots is fair game. I hate to say it, but we might have another rider, unfortunately, join the injured list after this race, because they're saying how all these riders are having their errors, their mistakes, their crashes in all these sections. It's not just one. And if you do look at the pictures that we'll show later, it is a very tight together, close up track. Or I don't know, you guys tell me. Maybe it just looks smaller to me because we just had Daytona, but I don't know. I think some of these turns are pretty tight and pretty sharp. And it looks like Webb's bike is being tended to. So it definitely got banged up, which is wild because we were just saying how Ken and Cooper Webb are going to be at it tonight. They have their little feud on and off the track. Apparently, also Chase Saxton is having a little bit of issue. Somebody went over there for a little bit of a sound test. They're setting up right now on the screen the 450 Group B qualifying 2. Again, they don't usually always show these on air, but we will have them up on the screen in real time. Hello, Paul Wheatman. So, like it says in the title, sir, qualifying times and results. By all means, feel free to find someone that is broadcasting the live feed from NBC and Feld. I will not do that because I am not going to be risking my channel, and I'd like to stay on this platform, and I'm going to follow the guidelines. I believe in freedom of speech and all that, but when it comes to Feld, I am not messing with that. Sorry. Unfortunately, we cannot show it. No worries, Paul Wheatman. But when you say there's multiple Peacocks, it's weird. Where I am, we only have one choice. And I've seen a lot of people talking about like the premium and whatnot. So I don't know what you guys are able to have access to. And especially in another country, they might not have anything the same. Your setup might be completely different. Unfortunately, we wish we could show it, but it's not worth it with Fell. They will definitely go after your channel and they will do all they can to make sure you cannot make money off of them.
Crazy all these streaming services you gotta have. That's what's kind of crazy when she started getting into Supercross, how many different places we had to buy accounts with, from back in the days of Mav TV and jumping around to Peacock and Heats being on different channels. It was crazy.
Right now they're talking about Kenny. Pretty much all the riders that have been talking in interviews on the mic, they're giving you the hint that I think they're a little nervous because this track seems to be very unpredictable and extremely rough.
Tough who I really want to go for personally. It's always picking with the heart. So it's like Anderson, when he's flying, he's fun to go for. Webb's a tough guy. Kind of got to love him. Grown to love him. Then you got AP. And then Kickstart Kenny. Sexton should win, but we all know what he's going to do.
I have a bunch of favorites. So if you're talking about 250, obviously Danger Boy Deegan. And then it would also be Levi Kitchen, but he's unfortunately out. I do like RJ Hampshire on and off the track. I just get good vibes about him. He seems like a real genuine, nice dude. Shimoda, I do like him. Yeah, that unfortunately, if I was to say Joe Shimoda for the win, that's me just hoping and voting with my heart. But when it's 450, obviously Kickstart Kenny. He was my first love of the sport. I don't know, because so many people are out. Jason Anderson is a great pick, but this season has been very iffy with him. Yeah, it is definitely a better race, and you know it's going to be a good night for him when his shirt is a flapping in the wind. He has that smooth, cool guy ride, you know, but we haven't really seen that at all this season, I would say. I was going to say in a couple races. So 250 fastest qualifying. We have Deegan, Davies, and Juju. Eastern Standard Time, 7 p.m. And right now, Eastern Standard Time, it is almost 4:30. So I also told you that I would keep you up to date if I see any signs with the fans, because if you were not here earlier or in the previous stream, the rumor that was going around was when you were entering the stadium for this event, they were not allowing signs. And one can wonder if that has to deal with, you know, the booth situation and that whole The Truth by Daniel Blair video that came out stirring the pot. But right now I still don't see any signs, just that one that was in that VIP section. What are the snacks for tonight, you guys?
Max is decent on his times. I think he was like top 3, but he's hit the deck twice and almost a third time when he landed on the tough block.
Ooh, that sounds real good. Yes, Haiden Deegan and Kickstart Kenny. Let's go, let's go. Thank you, Paul, and thank you for joining us. I know, unfortunately, like I said, I cannot show the clips, but if you subscribe and you click the all on the bell for notifications, you will most likely see a video Monday about the update of riders, injuries, and this race. So I always do some recaps and some videos on the riders. Definitely go check that out. No worries. We'll see you later, Speed Racer. Who doesn't like pizza? Come on. Setting up for 450 Group C qualifying 2, which again, they may not air that on Race Day Live. We will have it up on the screen. They are showing in the booth right now AC with Justin Brayton, Browse, and Jason Wygett, which I think having the Weege with them is helping them right now. They've been doing a lot better, as I believe this is like their real first full season doing Race Day Live. But I think they could learn a lot from the Weege, and you could definitely tell it's flowing a lot better with him there. As far as I know, it was on the list under 19th. And that's pretty cool if you did that for him. That's awesome. What's the sponsorship we should look out for? We love seeing it.
It's always fun to have a connection, even if it's with like a privateer, for everyone to look out for a lower person, just to cheer for them.
On a side note, we have a friend that used to be always racing, and times change, people get older, things happen, especially when you get injured. And we're going to try and do a little mini doc regarding that, and how if you watch Cooksey, he's talked about it, how there was a time and an era where a lot of these riders would get injured, and then unfortunately they would get hooked on, let's call it, prescription medications, and it really damaged their careers or their chances of riding again. This person that we're going to be doing it on is going to be open to sharing his story, and he's going to be returning to Southwick track in probably a week or two.
Amateur, but it's still
Yeah.
fun,
So, and he's older. We're older people. So we're going to be supporting him in that. We'll be showing a lot of clips of that, possibly lives on the track, and showing his journey returning back to Southwick. We're pretty excited about that. So I do on and off show you guys that clip where it says return to Southwick. That's why, because we are trying to just promote that, let you guys know to look out for some footage and content regarding that. That's really cool. It's nice to see that when somebody out there has the means and opportunity to, help a privateer or, anybody that wants to pursue racing and has that as their goal and dream and help them reach it. That's pretty cool. Right now, Race Day Live broadcast is on commercial break. If you have just arrived, welcome to my channel. I'm Linda. This is for the record, Your Honor. We also have Nitty Gritty Garage in the house, helping me with the Supercross Saturday. Make sure you hit that like button, subscribe, and the more likes we get, the closer we are to reaching getting Indiana Puppers, our beautiful German Shepherd baby. Her favorite thing on Sundays, a morning pup cup. So Paul, if you haven't yet, definitely go into my main page of the channel and you will see there's currently 3 videos regarding that whole situation. But there's one that really has all the details, including, the footage from Daniel's, clips from Daniel's, the truth video, as well as other interviews that have just resurfaced. There was Travis Pastrana. Wow, I can't even speak today. Travis Pastrana and his experience with Ricky Carmichael, as well as interviews with Lee Diffie, where he actually talks about he was so-called bullied when he first started in broadcasting. And if that's true, and with what Daniel has said, that's really a shame. you yourself have been through that and you're going to do that to someone else. Just terrible. So 450 Group C, as you can tell on the screen, qualifying 2 is still going live, but Race Day Live, the broadcast through Peacock and NBC, is actually off air. I don't know why they don't show these guys. Like, why not? And all the footage that you see during Race Day Live, they repeat it again during the races. I don't know. I just wish they would just do Race Day Live as a whole separate thing, kind of, and show everybody, give everybody the opportunity to have airtime. They have families too that would love to see their, you know, their grandson or their child or their nephew and have their name shown on the big screen, or just see them. Maybe they can't see them actually racing and travel. So I don't know. I really wish they did that. Honestly, you're doomed if you do, doomed if you don't. If you've been in that situation before at a job where you want to speak out and you have evidence and proof, but you really love the job you do and you don't want to screw things up or lose it, it's heart-wrenching. It's a terrible place to be in, right in the middle. And Daniel Blair, you have to give that guy credit. He held it together for a couple of years. This didn't just happen yesterday. You know, this was maybe, I think the two of them really started having issues like 4 years ago or 5 years ago. And then the whole on-air thing really pushed it. But it's not just Ricky. There's also Lee Diffie, and there was a few other high execs that they were hinting at. So pretty much it's an industry broadcasting issue. And as we all know, if you want to go somewhere, be somebody, unfortunately, you have to have connections. You have to know somebody. And Lee Diffie, every time he gets something like NASCAR, he gets it because of the connection. He's done NASCAR and IndyCar a couple times, but recently, if you're a NASCAR fan, why can't I think of his name? Nitty. Who was it that? Oh, Denny Hamlin was in an interview and he mentioned Lee Diffie, and he's like, can we just get NBC to hire him for 35 shows or all of them? You know, that's a race car driver, a pro with a huge fan base, and obviously, you know, with management and NBC or whatever, all eyes on him. When he says something, it actually has value to it because he is somebody. So he got Lee Diffie another push into NASCAR. I wish maybe he would just stay at NASCAR, but I don't know how this might shape or change the broadcast booth in the future. I'm really surprised that they didn't at least change one out for this, but it seems like they're having everybody. Like the Weege is there. Jason Thomas was also in the booth behind the table with the other guys. I don't know, it just feels like they are trying to really protect and play safe right now. Yeah, I don't know how some people expected Daniel to just keep it in forever. Uh, like he said in his video, he really didn't want to go there. He didn't want to take it to the internet and put it out there. But put yourself in his shoes. It's kind of also embarrassing that no one knows the full story, in his words, in his case. And it eats at you. I'm sure of it. So I do give him a lot of respect and credit that he did what he did, and he held it together, showed class, and tried to pull through for so long. But enough is enough. When they gave him the opportunity to go to Race Day Live last weekend, and then he went there, he physically went there, traveled there, he was ready to go, and they said, hey, change your plans. We're only giving you like 3 minutes of airtime. Like, what the hell is that? So no wonder he said, nope, no thank you. That was the last final straw. And I don't blame him for coming out saying what he has. I'm still waiting for Ricky and Diffie to come out with their side of the story, or at least the statement. Maybe they're just waiting to do it after this race. I don't know. We'll see. But when they do, you bet your ass I'll have a video out on it. Honda is just putting out Hymus and Shimoda. But I think they are clear in understanding that they really don't have a shot. Fortunately, they got to just hope that outdoor everybody's good and ready to roll. NBC Supercross, make sure you get her a pup cup. In Maine, her pup cup has a donut.
A blueberry glaze.
Ooh, what are you, a munchkin?
A munchkin.
Look at your mouth. Oh, okay. While we wait, I'll pop in and out, play a few things for you guys. Right now, I'm going to see if I can do it. Put up the podcast that we did last night for you guys. But feel free to talk in the chat. Tell me your fantasy picks, your wild card pick, and who you are really rooting for the entire season.
Let's get gritty with your host Nitty from Nitty Gritty Garage and Pretty Gritty from For the Record. Let's get gritty with your host Nitty from Nitty Gritty Garage and Pretty Gritty from For the Record.
Hello, everybody. We're going to discuss Daytona. We saw RJ Hampshire take a win for the 250 class with a heartfelt story shared on stage. Let's take a listen.
And man, he was with us today. Like some guy came to me in the pits and had his old jersey that he raced with back in the day, and that's something I never had. And yeah, it just felt different today, man. Like my dad's definitely here, but man, just so stupid.
That's great to see somebody give somebody like that a good gift, like somebody that you think that has just about everything. In my opinion, a sentimental gift. You couldn't ask for something more.
It just made me fucking cry. It was such a beautiful moment, and I was just bawling tears. Unfortunately, we also witnessed the chef, Levi Kitchen, crash really bad. It was horrible.
Yeah, and it was crazy to see as like they were showing Mitch Payton, unfortunately, and it happened right then. Again, unfortunate for Pro Circuit Kawasaki. They just are bitten by the injury bug again.
Do you think he had been overstressed with the whole changing coast and the drama with Deegan, or possibly over obsessing with keeping up with Chase as they were training together? Because everybody was showing how he was like full beast mode.
I don't know if bulking up is always the best answer. Sometimes your reaction twitch muscles aren't the same. And also, I don't know if you should take anything from Chase Sexton. A little too much of a machine, you know?
Different styles.
Yeah, like sometimes maybe you have to flow a little bit more. Sexton's so machine-like. Maybe that's why he's crashing. He needs to like not react so quick. Just let it flow.
I'm not a huge Chase fan, but I give him credit where credit's due, and he definitely stays fit, and he is very technical with his riding, and I'm sure he's like OCD. So I give him props there. Now, the real Cinderella story was Mr. German Chocolate himself, Kickstart Kenny. So what do you think? Does he have what it takes to make the championship all his this year?
I'm going to say no.
Do you think it's because everybody that's out and he's just the only one right now that happens to be at that level? Or do you think for some reason this year he just has the best speed?
I think he's probably just more like a top 5 guy with everybody not injured. Now that everyone's injured, he's probably a top 3. I mean, it's more like Sexton or Webb should be taking the championship, in my opinion. Kenny will probably win another race.
Do we think we will see Eli Tomac, Jordan Smith, or Jet races before the end of this season?
I think they said that we're supposed to see Jet, and Eli said he might come back for 2, but they should probably just stay out. Injuries, the way that this season's been going for Supercross, it could really mean another big injury.
Taxes was taxing.
Can't show commercials. Sorry about that. Forget Hunter.
I don't even remember his injury, to be honest with you.
I believe it was shoulder.
Yeah, maybe he could come back. I guess HRC could have someone ride, but I mean, they're not going to win anything. So, I mean, just to get into form for outdoor, I guess.
So going back to the whole topic of Daytona, what was the worst moment and the best moment?
Worst moment's definitely got to be Levi white knuckling it and slapping himself, and then turning out to fracture your back. That's not good. And definitely the best was RJ. That was a good win for him. He needed that, and then, like you said, that speech with the guy giving him the jersey. That's awesome.
I have to agree with you on RJ. Sorry, Kenny. I love you, and I'm glad you won. But I think he stole the moment on the podium with that. And yeah, I have to absolutely 100% agree. Levi's crash was gut-wrenching to see. It's terrible.
It was cool to see Cody Shock, and he got a top 10 on a 250 in the 450 class. I mean, I think that kind of, like I said earlier with Kenny, everyone's kind of coming up. If a 250 can run it in the top 10, I mean, before it was stacked, the top 15, you could name everybody in the 450 class.
Now we have to discuss the big ass elephant in that fucking booth. So, Daniel Blair, Ricky Carmichael, and Lee Diffie, and all that drama. I don't even know, honestly, where to start with it. I will say I have researched as much as I can and the public's view on them, and I haven't really found any complaints of Daniel. Most of them are compliments. It's really hard to find something bad on him. Going to Ricky, it's all over the internet. It's been all over the internet, but of course it's being resurfaced now. And Lee Diffie was not on my bingo card for anything. So I had to research him, not knowing much, and pretty either. So when it comes to the drama itself, I'm leaning towards believing Daniel and his story, and it really tells me something that those two have still not come out with any statements.
I agree. There's definitely some fire where that smoke is. There are some selected few that think that Daniel maybe, jumped or skipped putting his dues in. But if you're that good and a lot of people really like you, maybe you don't have to put in 15 years commentating somewhere else. Like, just because you're really good at something like Ricky doesn't mean that you're going to be good at commentating.
Which has been most of the world's agreement, I believe, because he doesn't really do any analysis. He doesn't really bring anything to the table except for the oh, and it never is for anything. It's usually a nothing burger. I never thought he would be good in the booth. I don't think he should stay in the booth. I think James Stewart is awesome. I think he brings a lot more to the table. He brings the information, the details, suggestions, analysis, and he has a great personality and smile on camera. And Jason the Weege, like I always say, he's just a machine. He does the play-by-play as if it was, I don't even know. He is completely 100%. And if he makes a mistake, I doubt anyone really catches it because he is that good.
It's almost like another thing, like Tom Brady. He's a decent commentator, but his first year he gets the Super Bowl. Like, that's kind of crazy. Tony Romo was way better. No championships, though. So, oh no, people aren't always that great. Like Michael Jordan as a team owner was terrible with the Charlotte Bobcats. He was not a people person either.
Yeah.
So, what's that tell you sometimes?
Yeah, and Michael Jordan now is dipping his toes into NASCAR, and that hasn't been really that great. But what do you think about Lee Diffie, and who would you prefer to see in the booth?
He's not that bad, I don't think. It's more like how he is maybe behind the scenes more. Is he fully dedicated to Supercross? He's, been dipping his feet into IndyCar and jumping over there. I believe he does have a contract with some other sport right now. So it's like, do you really want him doing both?
That I also agree. He is good on the mic, especially for someone who wasn't looking to be a broadcaster before, didn't study it or any of that. So it's pretty natural to him, which is what people were hoping for Ricky Carmichael, and it obviously is not. And that's another reason why people prefer Daniel. It's not just of a perfection thing. It's more of a relatable. He kind of talks to the audience as if he's your friend and you know him personally. It sounds cheesy, but that is the truth. So what I've been noticing in my previous videos is that a lot of people that are Ricky fans obviously are going to support him and say, he's the GOAT, greatest of all time. He could do whatever the hell he wants, which is complete bullshit, and we all know it. But a lot of people were sneaking in, what about Jeremy McGrath? So when you look at the stats, they're pretty long and extensive, and they're both very extremely impressive. And if I really, really, really think about it, in my opinion, I see more of Jeremy McGrath being a better mentor for the next generation than Ricky. I really don't picture Ricky spending any time with the youth groups or anything, unless they're paying to use his tracks or something. But Jeremy McGrath does a lot of stuff with Kawasaki and teaching all mechanics.
I don't know. It's tough to say because it's like people are always locked into who you watched, right? So it's like the Joe Montana, the Tom Brady, McGrath, the king, Carmichael, the GOAT, Bubba Stewart, the fastest man around, Villapoto. What about him? How about where does Tomac end up? He's got a lot of wins. Just because your average win percentage is lower, does that make you less? If you have a longer career, should that make you better? Or is that watered down because you had more gate drops? So it's kind of tough to say.
As soon as you said Jeremy was the king, it makes me think with all these comments that are protecting and backing up and supporting Ricky, saying he could do whatever he wants, to whoever he wants, however he wants. I guess, are you trying to tell me he's the princess of the sport? Because that's what it seems like. He's allowed to do whatever he wants. Just not even a slap on the wrist.
Maybe he's just a goat in the courtyard walking around headbutting people, bullying people.
Well, this weekend, tomorrow, Supercross Saturday, is Indianapolis. So, I'm talking about it. I don't know. People are worried. But, they say every race, gotta watch out for the whoops. Oh, the whoops. We shall see.
Happy Supercross Saturday. Make sure you hit that like button and subscribe. It's free, and this channel will keep you up to date on all the latest with the riders' teams and races.
haven't yet, tell us in the chat and or comments down below, what was your RM fantasy picks for the 450 class?
So I'm going to try and see if I can pull up the pictures of the track for you guys to take a peek at if you didn't see it before.
Hey, we still have a lot of time before the race. You can chill here while you wait, read some magazines, eat some snacks, you know? In the meantime, why don't you hit that like button and let me know who you think will win the 450 main.
If Jeremy back in the day, in his prime, was to race Jet Lawrence, who do you think would win?
Jet! He's not only fast due to his bike, but his fearlessness.
Chad Reed. I never was a fan. How about you?
He's alright.
How about Deegan? Danger Boy, he is so fast.
I'm going to grab a drink and some french fries. You want anything?
Dude, did you see that triple? That was sick.
Can someone bring Jet some donuts? This kid is starving. He needs a bit of a sugar rush stat. Yeah, we got plenty of time before the heat races and 250 and 450 main events. If you need a drink, snack, or bathroom break, no rush.
Sorry guys, that felt like forever. I got french fries, water, and 2 hot dogs. Who's hungry?
Yeah, we got plenty of time before the heat races and 250 and 450 main events. If you need a drink, snack, or bathroom break, no rush.
Right off into the sunset.
Happy Supercross Saturday. I'm Linda. This is for the record, Your Honor. We are currently at commercial break.
Get that first win. Is there something you guys figured out this week? Because that was a big difference in the main event compared to the first two.
Yeah, you pissed off the bull last week. Juju ran his mouth, so it's time to lock in.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
We will be right back after this commercial break. Stay tuned and stay pinned.
Okay.
Indiana puppers, we are almost there.
Hey everyone, we'll be back in just a moment. Thank you again so much for joining me. Don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe. It's absolutely free. You can also follow me on Instagram at For The Record Your Honor. as well as X Twitter at YAS, Y-A-S, Your Honor.
Hey, you still have a lot of time before the race. You can chill here while you wait, read some magazines, eat some snacks, you know? In the meantime, why don't you hit that like button and let me know who you think will win the 450 main?
If Jeremy back in the day, in his prime, was to race Jet Lawrence, who do you think would win?
Jet! He's not only fast and due to his bike, but his fearlessness.
I never was a fan. How about you?
He's alright.
How about Deegan? Danger Boy, he is so fast.
I'm going to grab a drink and some French fries. You want anything?
Dude, did you see that triple? That was sick.
Can someone bring Jet some donuts? This kid is starving. He needs a bit of a sugar rush stat. Yeah, we got plenty of time before the heat races and 250 and 450 main events. If you need a drink, snack, or bathroom break, no rush.
Sorry guys, that felt like forever. I got French fries, water, and 2 hot dogs. Who's hungry?
Yeah, we got plenty of time before the heat races, 250 and 450 main events. If you need a drink, snack, or bathroom break, no rush.
Supercross main event tonight. Happy Supercross Saturday. Make sure you hit that like button, talk in the chat, and grab some snacks. We will be back when the broadcast is back. Supercross main event tonight. Happy Supercross Saturday. Make sure you hit that like button, talk in the chat, and grab some snacks. We will be back when the broadcast is back. Supercross main event tonight. Happy Supercross Saturday. Make sure you hit that like button, talk in the chat, and grab some snacks. We will be back when the broadcast is back. Supercross main event tonight. Happy Supercross Saturday. Make sure you hit that like button, talk in the chat, and grab some snacks. We will be back when the broadcast is back. Supercross main event tonight. Happy Supercross Saturday. Make sure you hit that like button, talk in the chat, and grab some snacks. We will be back when the broadcast is back. Supercross main event tonight. Happy Supercross Saturday. Make sure you hit that like button, talk in the chat, and grab some snacks. We will be back when the broadcast is back. Supercross main event tonight. Happy Supercross Saturday. Make sure you hit that like button, talk in the chat, and grab some snacks. We will be back when the broadcast is back.
Who do you think is going to win? Make sure you tell us in the chat or comments down below.
Let's go, people!
Who do you think is going to win? Make sure you tell us in the chat or comments down below.
Happy Supercross! Make sure you get her a pup cup. In Maine, her pup cup has a donut.
A blueberry glaze.
Ooh, what are you, a munchkin?
A munchkin?
Look at him mouth. Oh, okay, okay.
Supercross main event tonight. Happy Supercross Saturday. Make sure you hit that like button, talk in the chat, and grab some snacks. We will be back when the broadcast is back. Supercross main event tonight. Happy Supercross Saturday. Make sure you hit that like button, talk in the chat, and grab some snacks. We will be back when the broadcast is back.
Who will win 250 Supercross? Oh my God. Danger Boy, Deegan, our New Hampshire, Davies, Nancy, or other?
Supercross main event tonight. Happy Supercross Saturday. Make sure you hit that like button, talk in the chat, and grab some snacks. We will be back when the broadcast is back. Supercross main event tonight. Happy Supercross Saturday. Make sure you hit that like button, talk in the chat, and grab some snacks. We will be back when the broadcast is back.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Carmichael. I get along with him really well now, but like he wouldn't even let me test on the Suzuki test track. Like he might learn something. You know, he was kind of an asshole.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome back to my channel. If you are new here, I'm Linda, and this is For the Record, Your Honor. And right off the bat, I will say, please be advised, this video is for entertainment and or educational purposes only. Always do your own research to make and come to your own conclusions. This video may contain opinions and speculations of mine and others. So please be respectful in the comments down below. First, I would like to start off with not just some background information to refresh new viewers, but also a side note. Big shout out to all who have recently liked, subscribed, or joined my channel. It means a lot to me. I really, really appreciate it. You have no idea. I love this sport and the stories around it. I feel they are just as important to the races and riders as factory team information and injury updates. It all affects the main focus of the sport. And if things behind the camera, and in this case, the booth, are sour, it has or will affect the sport over time. People may think content making is easy peasy. It's not. It's a lot of time, effort, and yeah, some skill and heart. Like I always remind y'all, I cover all sorts of topics, but most things are for the people that are seeing things that I'm seeing that no one else is talking about, or what people are missing from the big picture itself that may need to be addressed, discussed, or if it's something about human rights, be kept aware of. For example, toxicity of the internet, and regarding this topic we are about to get into, hostile work environments. They're not just a thing for us everyday folks. Behind the curtains, this stuff happens to many kind souls, and it leads them to burnout, literally, from the spotlight, the sport, or the whole career itself. And it can be caused or triggered by a toxic workplace and chain of events where you are unseen, unheard, or overly used and not respected or appreciated while you're there. My last couple of recent videos have been smacked with inappropriate or disrespectful comments towards me directly. If that type of behavior makes you feel better about yourself, well, honestly, buddy,
hello, bozo.
You better buckle up for a long haul ride, because being a garbage human to others isn't going to cure your issues. That rush and high you get from being a jackass, I hate to tell you, it's temporary. I am always open to comments, feedback, agree with me or not. I enjoy learning from others' perspectives. That's how we all learn. And with that said, those of you who wanted to make a jab at me saying, oh, nice to see you're only biased to one side, clearly. In this video I made regarding Daniel Blair and his discussion in his video named The Truth, so technically reacting, I discussed and broke down his words and made connections to demonstrate as the video was based on his. So no, at this time I was not playing both sides. And like I've said to many of you, when and if Ricky Carmichael makes a statement of any sort, I would and will make a video regarding his side of the story as well. That has not happened yet, or at least that information has not come across my desk yet. So please, before you make a judgment call or prediction of my actions, why don't you just hold on tight for a little bit, okay? If you have gone back in my videos and playlists, you would find other content where I've discussed this feud of Ricky and Daniel before. And I mean before all of this came out. This is not anything completely new. And my eye has been on this situation for a while, with a lot of pros and cons on both ends of the table here. When it comes to comments, I would like to be a channel where I can leave the section open so people can discuss, provide information, insight, but not unrelated or personal attacks like my voice, how I look. Like, grow up, man. It's really not that hard. If you do not like my voice, my looks, my personality, my content, the graphics I use, yes, this is stuff I'm reading comments on, then why are you watching, bro? Seriously, why are you wasting your time? I like to think the internet has a great thing for technology and for daily needs as well as learning, but man, do many people like to make it or keep it toxic? It's sad. I love a variety of topics and genre report, and I have always enjoyed following the life and career of Daniel Blair, as many do. Hence the reason why little Ricky is so mad, and clearly, in my opinion and speculation, he is highly jealous of Daniel's likability, openness, and, well, the skill and talent to be a chameleon in the industry. He may not have been a top-level, consistent winner like Ricky Carmichael, but he had a pro career. He wasn't just some random Joe Schmo, and no pun, no relation to Joe Schmoter. All seriousness, for someone to consistently, constantly shove that they are the GOAT or the winner over and over and over to prove why they're better than someone in general, it's not just sad, it's pathetic. You use your claim to fame for hurt. That shit's not cool, and psst, again, it gets you nowhere. And for Ricky, that means it's keeping him in the booth forever. No room to expand, enjoy, move on to new adventures, or learn something. And don't forget, the only reason you landed the job, an analysis role, even though you never really do any serious analysis live on the air on bikes or the guys, you simply are just there because of the one fact, yes, Ricky Carmichael, you are the GOAT. But think about that. Say that to yourself one more time. Only because you are the GOAT, nothing else. Not because you are excellent at commentary, analyzing, being relatable, or simply just having the talent or gift of being able to handle different positions of the sport and coverage and provide that. Nope, none of that. Just that you're the GOAT. You won a lot of shit. Those things are the reasons why Daniel Blair is liked and supported so much, not because of how good or bad he was on the track, and especially not because of opinions of other riders and such. And they see who he truly is right off the bat. No questions about it. He's real. On and off the camera, you get the same person. And for those of you hiding in the back right now, yeah, you, the ones who said Ricky Carmichael the GOAT, he can do whatever the fuck he wants, to whoever the fuck he wants, whenever the fuck he wants, however the fuck he wants. Do you know how fucking stupid that makes you sound? Or look? Like we say with children, put yourself in Daniel's shoes. It wasn't just a sport he loved and a career he respected. It was the food on the table for him and his family. As a man or woman, especially if a parent, no one should be messing with that unless it's your own doing. And in this case, all Blair did was please all who were rotten to him in hopes of gaining y'all's respect. And all you did was use him up and sideline him and then just shit on him. And for what? To just stroke your own egos? The clip we've gone over multiple times of Ricky interrupting Blair's breakdown show and segment while filming on the track, it's not only rude, but inappropriate in front of people who were VIP. I guess Ricky wanted to give them a real experience and released his true colors in front of all towards Daniel, green and red. It almost makes me think he sees Daniel as someone he already does not respect or like on the track filming his own project. And here he is, a champ, the GOAT. Let's not forget, giving the VIP tours. And well, one, those VIP fans and or mixed with VIP business people are most likely extremely pumped and thrilled to have the opportunity to meet you, a champ, the GOAT per se. And clearly you see them as below you. Why do you say that? How do I know that, you ask? Well, number 2, he was comfortable enough to unveil his true mood and behaviors and exhibit it in public as he walked over literally to belittle Daniel and also embarrass him in front of the VIP, the camera, which would be broadcasted and still streamed to this day as they did not cut it or edit it out of the show. But might have or will probably take it down sooner, as they already tried to mess with me. Long story. I'll probably show a little clip of it. But yeah, he got jealous, in my opinion, of Daniel doing that on the track, as he had to walk around people for the morning, which tells me he saw that as what we would call back in the day in like medical field. I don't know if they say this term elsewhere, but scut work. He saw that as scut work. So I think that infuriated him. And if that is so, he clearly thinks overly highly of himself and just so conceited in his own world. No respect to anyone. Signs his damn checks. Now, Ricky, to be fair, is only part of the problem. What shocked many fans was the part about Lee Diffie. Honestly, he was never on my radar as someone who could be potentially an asshole or just a problem in the industry. This led me to do some research, and boy, did I find a few things about him. And I will put it on the record here right now. It is all public information and accessible on the internet. Anyone could look it up and find it. But I will say he might have pulled some strings, because a lot of it is sealed. A lot of it you physically have to go to the state and request for, probably pay for. But we'll get into that a little bit later. So before anyone comments, I'm a horrible person for exposing something so-called personal. It's not personal for him. It's personal to those he harmed around him. So just wait before you jump down my throat. According to court records, a legal case was filed on July 27th, 2020, involving Carolyn and Diffie. NBC Sports announcer Lee Diffie was named in a negligence and premises liability lawsuit filed by Miss Drenau. The lawsuit stemmed from an alleged incident at Diffie's residence. So yes, his personal home. With Diffie being a sports announcer of sorts, he is considered, yes, a public figure, and possibly could have pulled, like I said, some strings, or simply fought for things to be sealed up. Not much is to be found regarding this mysterious yet also horrifying sounding situation and event, but it makes me lean towards there might have been some sort of settlement, and that's why it's sealed up. But that is highly speculated, because it was hushed up and tightened up quickly. What was available online for access was, the boring stuff of the judge, Barbara Brazel, Massaro. Document filing was May 18th of 2021, but the case was itself filed and complained July 27th, 2020. The plaintiff, obviously, we mentioned before, and the defendant is Lee Diffie. In court, a tort refers to a civil wrong that causes harm or loss to another person. So I'm just putting that out there because it is surrounding torts. Types of torts. Intentional torts, when somebody deliberately causes harm, fraud, defamation. Negligence, when someone fails to act with reasonable care leading to harm. Strict liability, when someone is held responsible for harm even if they weren't negligent. This would be like defective product lawsuits. Alongside negligence, because that was listed, in the context of premises liability, which was mentioned in Lee Diffie's case, this usually refers to injuries occurring on someone's property due to unsafe conditions. He may have had a good law firm, but he clearly had an even better PR crisis team hard at work, in my opinion, speculation, because for the most part of this story, it is pretty wiped clean on the internet. But not everything was completely erased. And after you see all this, ask yourself, who was the house guest? What type of company does Lee Diffie keep off camera? Who was he protecting and now had to protect himself and not let it leak out further? What is he hiding? Who really is Lee Diffie? Please know, due to community guidelines on this platform, and we would like to stay on this platform, we have to adapt and change some words. Danbury Superior Court, Lee Diffie. filed by Carolyn Drenau. The defendant was sexually harmed and forced to engage in sexual relations without her consent with an intoxicated house guest of the defendant. The defendant should have known not to put the plaintiff in a room with a dangerous house guest. The plaintiff seeks monetary damages in excess of $15,000, exclusive of interest and costs, and such other and further relief the court deems appropriate. Case number DBD CV 20-603-6690-S, filed July 27th.
NBC Sports Diffie, named in premises liability lawsuit involving alleged harming by third party at his home. NBC Sports star announcer Lee Diffie has been named in a lawsuit filed in state court alleged harming that occurred in his house. NBC television play-by-play announcer Lee Diffie has been named in a negligence and premises liability lawsuit stemming from an alleged harming at his Ridgefield, Connecticut, home in July 2018. Diffie is one of the most prolific voices in motorsports since joining NBC in 2013. The lawsuit claims he should have known the alleged attack could have occurred and shouldn't have allegedly given plaintiff Caroline Drenau alcohol in his house, or allegedly let her sleep in the same room with her alleged attacker.
Going back to professional career, it seems like there is a major pattern, because now things have been leaking out about him in NASCAR.
Fantastic. Oh my gosh. Can we sign him up for 36 of 36 races? Maybe. Can we just make that executive decision at NBC or NASCAR to say, hey, non-exclusive, let him do all the races. He is just fantastic. He knows how to match the moment.
Mike Joy, the so-called voice of NASCAR, just got publicly benched by one of the sport's biggest stars. Hamlin wasn't just praising Diffie, he was practically holding the door open for him at Fox. Because let's be real, if your competition is getting standing ovations and you can't even stay awake for the most dramatic moments of a race, your time is up. It's one thing when random fans on Twitter start calling for your job. It's another when a NASCAR driver with 51 wins and a massive platform starts publicly pushing for your replacement.
Like
Denny
Ricky
Hamlin
Carmichael.
didn't just praise Lee Diffie after Daytona. He practically handed him Mike Joy's seat at Fox.
Fantastic. Oh my gosh. Can we sign him up for 36 of 36 races? Maybe. Can we just make that executive decision at NBC or NASCAR?
That wasn't just a compliment. That was a not so subtle way of saying Fox needs an upgrade. And when a driver of Hamlin's status goes out of his way to praise a different network's broadcaster while completely ignoring Fox's longtime voice, that speaks volumes. When Joy tried to brush off criticism by calling his haters keyboard warriors, Hamlin hit back with a sarcastic jab. Mr. Joy, while we have your attention, could we make a small request with the cartoons? Thanks in advance. Translation: quit acting like everything is fine and fix the damn broadcast.
Lee Diffie somehow slithers his little sneaky self in, and eventually it looks like he uses his connections and snatches the job. Mike Joy has been a commentator for a long time, and if you watch car auctions on YouTube, online, you will be familiar with his voice as well. Now, let's play fair and watch this clip. Lee Diffie describes adversity he faced when entering sports broadcasting, and this was posted a year ago from Awful Announcing. How ironic.
Did you ever feel that there was any sort of animosity towards you from other people in the industry as you were starting to find job opportunities without taking the more traditional route to being a sportscaster, or even being a more classically trained broadcaster like some of the other people in this industry might be?
Great question, Brandon, and 100%. And I got it in my face in the newsroom, because I didn't go to university and study journalism or communications. I was a physical education teacher and came in through the back door, so to speak, through my commentary. And when the network that I started working for showed a lot of interest in me. They said, well, we know that you can commentate, we know that you can call a race, but you're going to have to learn the business of television. So we want to give you a job like as a reporter on a show then called Sports Tonight, and which would be the equivalent of like ESPN Sports Center here. And I was sitting in one of Australia's largest newsrooms. I couldn't even type. I didn't know how to type. So I'd hide off in the corner and, single finger.
So I'm kind of getting a vibe that maybe he looks at Daniel like, oh, they just handed this position over to him and I had to work my way up. But Daniel did work his way up. He earned that spot that he was offered. It, of course, was never promised. You can't be promising positions forever. That's not how the industry or the business works. But it's just the principle of it all.
I wasn't worried about that, but it was learning the business of television and learning the different elements. And so, yeah, I got some resistance, and they didn't hold back in coming forward and letting me know that, you don't really belong here. You shouldn't be here. You didn't go to school to study for this.
Okay. All right. This is exactly what he and Ricky Carmichael were doing today. My behavior analysis on Popcorn Planet when we did the coverage on Amber Heard and Johnny Depp and that whole trial, I had said when it comes to narcissists or very conceited people, also hurt people, behaviors are learned. They are repeated because they were seen, felt, experienced. And it seems like he gives it to Daniel the way he was treated. That still does not make things okay.
If it wasn't for motorsport, you had no place being at this network. I had people tell me that. And but you just have to, you have to very quickly grow a thick skin and move on.
So has your mind and view changed in any way since the last video? After seeing a little bit and learning a little bit about Lee Diffie off camera and in other sports commentating? Tell me in the comments down below. Like I said, I like to read and hear out other voices and other opinions, other sides and angles. But just please be respectful. That's all I ask. And before we go, I'm going to close out with us reading and going through an article where it seems like, once again, another possible reason why he might not be Mr. Nice Guy that people think he is or see on screen. Lee Diffie claims accent cost him potential NASCAR role with TNT. In quotes, ultimately, I didn't get the job because the big boss at Turner didn't prefer to have an accent calling the Cup races. Is that so? Is that really why? Or did the guy kind of know you have a history of bad behavior? There are several things NASCAR fans immediately notice about new NBC announcer Lee Diffie, and this article was 9/12/2024. He's enthusiastic, he knows motorsports, he is good at the job. And yes, the Australian American has an accent. Diffie assumed play-by-play duties for NASCAR Cup Series events in August, replacing Rick Allen in the NBC booth. While he's just 3 races into his NASCAR role, he brings years of motorsports experience, most notably with NBC's IndyCar coverage. The 53-year-old Diffie got tested right away. Diffie has seemed like such a natural, some are wondering why he never got a shot at the top announcer role before. Turns out he apparently did with TNT, but as Diffie tells the story, a network exclusive rejected him because of his accent. Despite that report, snub Diffie has stayed plenty busy in recent years. Most recently, he was one of NBC's most notable voices at the Paris Olympics, with some spectator calls, along with the one infamous call in the men's 100-meter final.
And so then it was a few more years with Speed before NBC comes calling. And how does that opportunity arise? Who were you drinking with? What bar were you at when NBC called?
I wasn't. It was through
the carrot cake.
It was through the
through the enormous generosity of a former racer called Wally Dallenbach, and a chance to audition for a NASCAR play-by-play job on Turner. And one of the directors who came and worked on sports cars occasionally, Mike Wells, a legend of the industry. Mike was the full-time director for NASCAR on Turner and had done a bunch on NBC and a bunch. He ran his own production company very successfully for a long time. And he said to me, hey, they're having these tryouts. They need a play-by-play guy for the 6 Cup races on Turner. They're having these auditions, and I'm going to put your hat in the ring. So I went and did that audition. I was in it. Lo and behold, one of my bosses now, Jeff Benke, one of your bosses, James, was the boss at Turner then. And he was the guy.
Okay.
He was the guy conducting the auditions, and it was myself, Adam Alexander, and Rick Allen, and Wally Dallenbach was there, Kyle Petty was there, Larry McReynolds was there. It was a full-on audition. Like, we had to call the Homestead Championship finale from the year before. And I was
say, what is an audition like for that? I mean, like, everybody knows what an audition is for an actor trying to get a role, but what is an audition like for a commentator?
Went into Turner Sports, and it was way more than I had ever imagined or given it credit for. Like, I thought just going to come in and do like 5 minutes of commentary or something like that. They had their full production team there. Barry Landis, the producer, Mike Wells, the director. They had all the talent. Larry McReynolds was sitting in a different room pretending to be on pit lane and doing strategy stuff, while Wally Dallenbach and Kyle Petty and myself were in the booth.
Everyone that you had to work with and do it with you, they had to do it with Adam, and they had to do it with Rick.
And Jeff made them wait for me to get back from Australia. Anyway, it went really, really well, and I learnt many years later that how do I say this politely? I think that I did get the job, but ultimately I didn't get the job because the big boss at Turner didn't prefer to have an accent calling the Cup races. So that's the.
And Lee Diffie, ask yourself, how did you feel when you heard that? Were you upset? A little angry? Yeah, most likely you were probably like, what the fuck? And now in the future, it turns out you were doing the same bit to someone else? Wow, it says a lot.
Happy Supercross Saturday. Make sure you hit that like button and subscribe. It's free, and this channel will keep you up to date on all the latest with the riders' teams and races.
If you haven't yet, tell us in the chat and or comments down below, what was your RM fantasy picks for the 450 class? Let's go, boy.
season doing this. First or second, I don't know if I can do it, but you know what? This 32-year-old boy got it done here in Tampa. season doing this, and first or second, I was like, man, I don't know if I can do it, but you know what? This 32-year-old boy got it done here in Tampa.
boy.
Energy Supercross Saturday with your host for the record, Your Honor.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome back to my channel. If you are new here, I'm Linda. This is for the record, Your Honor. If you've been hanging out, chilling in the chat, thank you so much. Make sure you hit that like button and double check and make sure you are subscribed. The broadcast is currently live and just starting. Right now, it's just Lee Diffie and his good buddy, Ricky Carmichael, talking about Ken Roxon, ignoring, obviously, the big elephant in the room and all that talk with Daniel Blair. I'm really surprised they're actually on air broadcasting this race after everything that happened this week. Regarding the rumor of no signs, currently I have not seen any in the crowd, even in the VIP. It was just that one, and it's almost like they took it away maybe because they never had it again after that. But yeah, the rumor was no signs were permitted to be brought into the stadium. Maybe they were worried there was going to be a little protesting about RC and Diffie. Hey, Channel 53. So remember, it's East Coast, West Coast showdown. So we got a mixture with the fans and the talent tonight. They're rooting for RJ to continue. But then there's a lot of people that are really, really excited for Haiden Deegan tonight. And like I always tell you guys, when these boys have any magenta pink on them, they usually ride really good. I see Shock has pink on, but Juju has his number on his jersey magenta pink. You might think I'm crazy. Maybe it's a little girly of me, but they do awesome when they wear pink. For the West. And Deegan gets the start with the whole shot. That's a good sign, because we all know he doesn't do well if he does not get the start. Imagine if somebody wins or is on the podium and says, like, do it for Daniel or something. Oh boy. Right now, Juju is in 9th place. He needs to scoot. Deegan is definitely riding with confidence. Ricky is definitely trying. You can tell. Teammate battle. You got Deegan, Davies, Mosman. What the hell just happened? Ay, ay, ay. Riders just side by side and smashing each other. It's already getting crazy, and it's only the heat. Dude did clean out the other guy, swiped them out. And 54 has pink on him. He wants that non-LCQ position.
The rule is supposed to be, though, if you take somebody out, you're not supposed to go down yourself.
We are currently on commercial break.
Monster Energy Supercross Saturday with your host for the record, Your Honor.
Happy Supercross! Make sure you get her a pup cup. In Maine, her pup cup has a donut.
Blueberry flakes.
Ooh, what are you, a munchkin?
Munchkin.
Look at that mouth. Oh, okay, okay.
Well, Haiden Deegan, I have to ask you, what has changed? Because this is the Haiden Deegan we saw last summer. This is the Haiden Deegan we saw in the SMX World Championship playoffs. That's all day long has been domination thus far.
Yeah, I just want to win. That's all I care about. So I got to work towards it during the week. Yeah, but yeah, thanks to the team. And thanks to God, man. You're gonna get some of the blame on him sometimes. We'll support you, and everyone else, thank you.
Yeah, I just wake up in the morning and piss excellence, so.
The words of Haiden Deegan. Ricky is having some stumbles, but you could tell he really is trying to leave no gaps and trying to correct himself when he catches it. But I still think he needs to have a statement or an apology out there. $250 East. Oh boy, we have somebody down right off the rip.
The battle between the meticulous old man Max and the wiry RJ Hampshire.
Is Vial gonna continue on and survive? I don't know. 'Cause there's a lot of sections he's not really good at. good to see Forkner is staying above that line and make it through to the big main event, as he's been very lackluster and a lot slower. And we can't forget he's also on a new bike, Triumph.
Unfortunately for us, we can see on the timing who gets the whole shot before we even see it on our TV. Like I said, we're behind on our cable or something also.
So the times you see on the screen here on the stream are exactly the time that's going on in real time over there in the stadium, as they have their markers on the track and the units on the bike. RJ wants it. But Ansky's been real fast this year. Right now, it's not looking good for Volan or Hymus, as they are below the belt right now, 10th and 11th place. That is not good. We are not used to seeing those two in an LCQ. They need to get a move on, and Hymus already having all eyes on him and heavy on his shoulders for Honda HRC. He's got to get it. They must have had really rough starts. And Forkner is, going down, down, down. Hymus is still in 10th. He's still under the line. So Austin had fallen in the whoop section, so that's why he fell behind. Him and McAdoo, man, they just got really crappy luck and prone to injury. The crowd is going wild. Hymus is currently safe, now in 8th place. Austin Forkner and Triumph will definitely be going to the LCQs. RJ, woo, almost going over the bars. Good to see Nate Thrasher I could have swore he was out with an injury, but he has his moments. He's been in the top 10 a lot in the past. RJ is loosey-goosey. Checkered flag. Max Anstey. They just showed a close-up of Max Anstey, and he just seemed mad. And now they're just showing behind the scenes of Chase Saxton working out on a bicycle, you know, getting slow going. How do you guys think he's gonna do? Again, you can watch this free on Telemundo, Deportes. Or if you have Peacock, it is streaming live. We are currently on commercial break.
Happy Supercross Saturday. Make sure you hit that like button and subscribe. It's free, and this channel will keep you up to date on all the latest with the riders' teams and races.
If you haven't yet, tell us in the chat and or comments down below, what was your RM fantasy picks for the 450 class?
for Din Dins. We're having some burritos right now, some little burritos. The focus is on Malcolm Stewart right now on camera. He was pretty fast. Is he going to stay a one-hit wonder, or is he going to snatch a win? Let's go, let's go. Cooper Webb, it looked like he had the whole shot. Weird that Lee Diffie didn't announce who got the whole shot. I don't know. Oh boy, the crowd. Webb went down. In the sand. In the sand, of course. But he's okay. He's back up and running with the pack. Channel 53, that's awesome.
Holy crap, West, what, 3 races, I think? And then Malcolm right there. Savachi? I don't know how I feel about him. How do you guys feel about Savachi? Kind of on the fence about his personality. Maybe I'm just reading them wrong. Good. I didn't want to feel like I was kind of, being biased or something. But we kind of read Cooper Webb wrong for a little bit. He seemed kind of like I don't know, a little douchey or something. Yeah, just fuck it. But nah, he's a hard dude.
Mookie's on the loose. I feel like the last names Hand and Slosher, who are way down, are usually in the main event, or at least go into the LCQs. Right now, Hand is in 11th and Slosher is in 14th. Chisholm real close to the edge in 9th place. Two laps to go, and Stewart is still holding first place. Chisholm has now fallen below the line, and he is currently in 10th place. This is his last season. For 12, Georgia Boy. Justin Cooper went down. The crowd is loud tonight. Mookie takes the win. The dreads are a-flappin'. The broadcast is currently on commercial break.
Make sure you hit that like button and subscribe to For the Record, Your Honor, to stay up to date with Supercross updates and reports.
Let's go, people!
Who do you think is going to win? Make sure you tell us in the chat or comments down below.
Mookie on the mic saying, you know, all he thinks about pretty much is going fishing. The crowd loves him. We're fans of Danger Boy. .450 Heat 2. The stadium is packed, and this group is stacked. Ooh, AP! Yeehaw! Go, cowboy, go! Oh boy, Saxton trying to push it forward.
Of course, the dog's got to go out and take a shit.
Great timing. Always great timing. Make sure you hit that like button. We get 100 likes. We get a Pup Cup tomorrow at Dunkin' Donuts.
Come on, AP, just sit there. Let Sexton do chase things. You'll go down.
If you just believe. Bloss is below the line. Oh, never mind. He's an eighth now. But he's safe. I feel like Carmen and Maggie should be up there. Maybe, I don't know, maybe like 11th place? They're way back. Ooh, that was a good one. Well, his name is Chase, not Lead.
Those loops are going to be tough. That little looter going into them. Like, how is anyone going to get any rides to really skim them here? These guys are already jumping through the loop.
While we have a good amount in the chat and viewing, tell me in the chat if you are going to any of the Supercross or outdoor motocross races this year, this season. Nichols looking good. As we were saying earlier, he was on the Pat McAfee show, which is on YouTube and ESPN. Good for him. Pat McAfee is from Indy. A1 and A2. Whew, lucky. We will be posting it later tonight. Lessinger's doing pretty good. It would be nice to see the Cowboy win. It's been a while. I'm trying to think when was the last time he actually took. Was it just that one? Oh man, come on, AP. What do you guys think of Dylan Ferrandis? You know, he hasn't been really talked about in the past 2 seasons, I think. I think he was in his like top prime when it comes to broadcast talking about him when he was on Yamaha. Come on, Kenny. Let's go. Final lap. Chase takes it. Oh. He's feeling confident. We are on commercial.
Happy Supercross Saturday. I'm Linda. This is For the Record, Your Honor. We are currently at commercial break.
Get that first win. Is there something you guys figured out this week? Because that was a big difference in the main event compared to the first two.
Yeah, you're pissed off the bull last week. Juju ran his mouth, so it's time to lock in. What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Seems Lee Diffie has a lot of his buddies in the stadium tonight. A lot of IndyCar IndyCar race car drivers. Justin Hill is fast. That is pretty cool. Chase must have listened to a lot of, greatest hits of Avril Lavigne because that's his favorite, because he is pumped on fire tonight. And I'm not making jokes. He said it himself in an interview. That was the song, the music that gets him going. When they asked him his favorite artist at that time, he said Avril Lavigne.
Happy Supercross Saturday. Make sure you hit that like button and subscribe. It's free, and this channel will keep you up to date on all the latest with the riders' teams and races.
If you haven't yet, tell us in the chat and or comments down below, what was your RM fantasy picks for the 450 class?
We will be right back after this commercial break. Stay tuned and stay pinned.
Oh, damn.
Okay.
Indiana puppers, we are almost there.
Hey everyone, we'll be back in just a moment. Thank you again so much for joining me. Don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe. It's absolutely free. You can also follow me on Instagram at For The Record Your Honor, as well as X Twitter at YAS, Y-A-S, Your Honor.
Smoke them if you got them.
Who do you think is going to win? Make sure you tell us in the chat or comments down below.
ATM Juniors are on the track.
Happy Supercross Saturday. I'm Linda. This is For the Record, Your Honor. We are currently at commercial break.
Get that first win. Is there something you guys figured out this week? Because that was a big difference in the main event compared to the first two.
Yeah, you pissed off the bull last week. Juju ran his mouth, so it's time to lock in.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
$250 LCQ. Two riders went down, and then there was a couple that were just stuck. They couldn't even move. They were all bunched up. These boys are hungry. They want to eat. Forkner currently safe in 4th place. Not so much anymore. Austin Forkner is definitely under some heavy pressure. No wonder why he's having a lot of thoughts going on and he seems distracted. They just said his wife is ready to pop and have a baby, so he is definitely sweating it tonight. Jordan Smith won on that bike, so we know it's possible. Yeah, absolutely. Swole did too, but that boy's always injured as well. Yikes. 83. That's Ricky's team. Ooh. This does not look good for Austin Forkner. Oh my. Yeah, Forkner's definitely getting frustrated, and it's showing. It's riding very stressed out. That is not good. All right, all right. Woo-wee. Way to go. Hunter Yoder. Austin Forkner makes it. Ooh, they got Hunter Yoder on the mic, and he's kind of making some jabs. But he is a little nervous and shaky on the mic. .450, last chance qualifying. Ooh, right on the turn. First turn, someone went down. Come on, Chisholm, currently in 7th place. We were just talking about that off the mic. Because I'm like, wait a minute, what the? Hello, Delaware.
Like I said, Harlan's always trying to get his TV time, no matter how he has to get it.
He made sure he got a replay. Some guys want to win, and some guys just want replay time. 122 is down.
Happy Supercross Saturday. Make sure you hit that like button and subscribe. It's free, and this channel will keep you up to date on all the latest with the riders' teams and races.
What's up, Dan? I didn't say it.
If you haven't yet, tell us in the chat and or comments down below, what was your RM fantasy picks for the 450 class?
Less than 10 minutes.
Who do you think is going to win? Make sure you tell us in the chat or comments down below.
Let's go, people!
Who do you think is going to win? Make sure you tell us in the chat or comments down below.
Jet in the booth with Jiffy and Ricky.
Make sure you hit that like button and subscribe to For the Record, Your Honor, to stay up to date with Supercross updates and reports.
Happy Supercross! Make sure you get her a pup cup. In Maine, her pup cup has a donut.
A blueberry glaze.
Ooh, what are you, a munchkin?
A munchkin.
Look at your mouth. Oh, okay, okay.
Right now in the chat poll, who will win 250, we have 77% saying Danger Boy Haiden Deegan. $250 East-West Showdown. Here we go. Seth Hammaker taking the lead. Vial is riding on him, man. He is pushing. Davy's having some trouble in the sand section. We knew it was going to be trouble. Teammates Juju and Vial. Woo. Battling. RJ currently in 10th place. Austin Forkner in 18th. Hymus in 19th.
That's what I've been saying, John. The PC curse. Our little podcast. It's pretty tough watching. Forkner tried to leave, you know? He was getting slapped around on the cowies.
Davies not having a good night. RJ currently in 8th. Can he do it? Davies is climbing. Jet speaking on the mic, he's actually pretty good at doing analysis. Definitely much better than Ricky. I would have never guessed that. $60 and $37 are currently stuck. Ricky says Cole Davies coming from behind. Whew, choice of words. Cole Davies charging. Deegan went right under the catch net. What is going on? Keeping the memento. Damn, Deegan. It's getting further and further away from him. Final lap. Seth Hammaker. Woo! Good for him. He's so happy right now. Very true. They could use the win. They were just showing the winner himself, hugging his mom and, fist bumping his buddies and team.
Happy Supercross! Make sure you get her a pup cup. In Maine, her pup cup has a donut.
A blueberry glaze.
Ooh, what are you, a munchkin?
A munchkin?
Look at him mouth. Oh, okay.
race, and what was going to be blind that whole race, trying not to make any mistakes. But I kind of know blind could be going a million miles an hour. So that was. First off, thank you guys. What an honor of doing it. My second win for my career, and it's been a while since I've been to the top 7 of the got myself up to the excellent start, and I just burned away those first couple laps, and it was a perform jump out there, got really focused, and feel like I did a pretty good job out there, but when you're out there in the lead, I had a little bit of a gap, so it's a little challenging to stay focused, but I'm proud of myself, proud of the people I have around me, and my whole family, man, like, thanks a lot for getting
Nice.
there, and a lot of ups and downs, but man, I'm so proud of everybody, and thank you.
Gotta shout out the mom. Deegan in a good mood despite his placement. Right now, they're just showing us the outdoor motocross season schedule. Gotta love that summer NBC, summer you're on gonna be on USA. Oh, it's gonna be a mess. But I see the wig.
We will be right back after this commercial break. Stay tuned and stay pinned.
Okay.
Indiana puppers, we are almost there.
Hey everyone, we'll be back in just a moment. Thank you again so much for joining me. Don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe. It's absolutely free. You can also follow me on Instagram at For the Record Your Honor, as well as X Twitter at YAS, Y-A-S, Your Honor.
Even though we will be on a break next weekend, I will still hold something special for you guys on stream for Supercross Saturday. All lined up, 450 main event. As of right now, the chat poll who will win 450 looks like 35% Kenny. Then we have Webb, 31%, 21%, Saxton, and Mookie at 12%. Come on, you guys. Mookie wants to go fishing. I don't know about Webb, man. He seems like he's having a really rough night. Let's go, let's go. Come on, Kenny. Woo-wee. I was just saying a week ago, Justin Barsha needs to step up his game. Justin Hill currently in 12th place. In the very beginning, Kenny got stuck in that pileup. will be the guy tonight? Will Ken Roxon take it home again? Or will Cooper Webb demand redemption? Oh, Kenny, come on. Remember, wild card is 10th place. Who did you guys put? I have Webb for my first pick. So hopefully. And I had Chase. McElrath, the stash. He's up there. Ooh, nice to hear they mention Ferrandis and highlight him just a little bit. What is going on with Jason Anderson? He's way back. Justin Barsha holding it strong. Savachi over the handlebars. Oof. Ooh, Barsha getting feisty. I'm hoping for Cooper Webb too, because I put him for first in the RM Fantasy Picks. Savachi is standing up with assistance of two people, but he's still on the track. What a lead. We got a lot of riders that are down a lap, including Jason Anderson. Something's up with Chase. Lord, it wouldn't surprise me if something was up with his bike. There's always a problem every race. Shouldn't be happening at a factory level. Consistently happening. They just did a replay, and it looks like he actually fell. He tipped over in the sand. Yep, KTM not doing so good this race. If you have not, make sure you hit that like button and subscribe. It is free. And even though we are on an off weekend, next weekend from the sport, I will still do a live stream. I stand corrected. Earlier I said this was not looking good for Webb and that he didn't seem to have the luck tonight. Boy, was I wrong. He's holding on strong. And like I said before, he might be trying to get his revenge with Kenny, who took the win last weekend. Right now, 11th place, or actually, yes, 11th place, all the way to 22nd is behind, starting with 1 lap, 2 laps, and Sabachi, they have his -9, obviously. He was taken out. Times are all over the place. gaps are nuts. Two to go. Cooper Webb. Woo. Well, it looks like I got first place right on my pickings. I gotta say, something is kind of weird because I keep on looking at the timing and they have it as Cooper Webb, Justin Cooper, Chase Saxton. And as you look at the numbers, weird. And then on TV, they announced it was Chase in second. So we'll see. Maybe something changed. Or simply system on somebody's end is having an error or froze up.
I was pissed off. I made a lot of mistakes today. But, man, that was an awesome main event for me. Fire was good one of my career. Just kind of got a good lead and could ride the pace. And now just chasing them down and really opened up the so, man, it was an awesome race. It really was. I executed my start, rode a great lap at the beginning, and then just put it in cruise control and drama-free race, led every lap. Felt awesome. I want to give it up to my team. We made a bike change. Rich and Gilly and Jordy, they were on it. Just fun, man. Going into off weekend. Just for my daughters to not get this weekend. Her name's Mindy, so it's only fitting. I want to give it up to the board. Fly racing, 100% off my star, my mechanic, my wife. Just feels great to get it, man. It really does.
Woo! I'm just gonna enjoy that trophy and sing the name of it. Congratulations to you for winning.
Yeah, I'd be lying if I say I've been fighting demons. I've been top 5 the last 4 weekends, so 3 of them being fourths. So it's been tough to, go home, regroup, and go after that podium again. But been sticking to it, trusting the process, and really just been trying to get every weekend consistent. And that was all about just maintaining tonight, hitting your marks, and didn't really feel like I did anything too special. Just followed, jumping around there for a little bit, and yeah, was able to knock out the rhythms every lap, and was able to get by him, get away, and yeah, take the ground front there, and chase one down, and yeah, it's cool for the team. 1-2 is big, and yeah, this is long overdue for me, and I feel like I've been fighting for this for a while now, and to come now is a good time, and we'll keep pushing for the rest of the season. Just got to get for the whole team, Star Racing Yamaha, O'Neill, HJC.
Okay, so they have Chase Saxton second for the points.
That was very tough. I had a good flow going for the first half of the race, and when I hit that red crosswalk, I started losing my flow and ended up going down. So, yeah, tough track. Battled back towards the end. I had Justin close behind me, and just trying to get on the podium, trying to just start building a little bit of momentum and go into this break and get some reps and try and regroup and come out swinging for the last 8.
Thanks so much.
Oh, nice! Kamusta ka? And salamat. Make sure you like and subscribe. What a night. Oh, love it, love it. He's got a lot of improving to do and work on. I don't know what it is, if it's more mental or physically. He's got to figure it out. And KTM having the issues that they're having constantly is probably not helping his situation either. Thanks for coming by. Even though he didn't win, Barsha did better than expected. And what did I tell you? When they're wearing pink, especially magenta, there's something magical about it. I swear.
I dribbled in and I knew he was in the inside of me. That's just the way it's just how I ride. So I should have been more aware. I should have, rode a little bit higher. And no, I can't be mad at that. That was a really, really good ride. The bike's feeling awesome. And like I said, we practiced together during the week. So we'll go back. We'll hash it out, and then. A fifth place on this coming night while hit the ground, I cannot be mad at that, especially with...
Do it for Dale!
Yeah, it's quite a wild ride, but we're getting through it, we're getting better. So let's shout out to Al Baker. We're doing so many laps down to the factory. It's been pretty wild, but it shows it's working. It shows it's paying off, and it'll take the whole team.
Woo, AP!
Everybody behind me, my wife, my kids, my parents, eventually we can get back to racing.
All right, everyone. Thank you again for joining us on another Supercross Saturday. We appreciate it. We hope to see you next weekend. Even though they are on break, I will have a live stream of some sorts, dealing with the sport and everything. Possibly, I'll probably have a recap before then. So maybe it'll be on a focused rider. We'll see. But for now, before I leave and end the stream, I'm going to replay again the podcast that we did last night for those that didn't hear it earlier or the night before. So it's pretty chill. Again, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you again soon. Bye.
about everything. In my opinion,
Hello, everybody. We're going to discuss Daytona. We saw RJ Hampshire take a win for the 250 class with a heartfelt story shared on stage. Let's take a listen.
And man, he was with us today. Like some guy came to me in the pits and had his old jersey that he raced with back in the day, and that's something I never had. And yeah, it just felt different today, man. Like my dad's definitely here, but man, just so.
that's great to see somebody give somebody like that a good gift, like somebody that you think that has just about everything. In my opinion, a sentimental gift. You couldn't ask for something more.
It just made me fucking cry. It was such a beautiful moment, and I was just bawling tears. Unfortunately, we also witnessed the Shaft Levi Kitchen crash really bad. It was horrible.
Yeah, and it was crazy to see as like they were showing Mitch Payton, unfortunately, and it happened right then. Again, unfortunate for Pro Circuit Kawasaki. They just are bitten by the injury bug again.
Do you think he had been overstressed with the whole changing coast and the drama with Deegan, or possibly over obsessing with keeping up with Chase as they were training together? Because everybody was showing how he was like full beast mode.
I don't know if bulking up is always the best answer. Sometimes your reaction twitch muscles aren't the same. And also, I don't know if you should too much of a machine, you know?
Different styles.
Yeah, like you sometimes maybe you have to flow a little bit more. Sexton's so machine-like. Maybe that's why he's crashing. He needs to like not react so quick. Just let it flow.
I'm not a huge Chase fan, but I give him credit where credit's due, and he definitely stays fit, and he is very technical with his riding, and I'm sure he's like OCD. So I give him props there. Now, the real Cinderella story was Mr. German Chocolate himself, Kickstart Kenny. So what do you think? Does he have what it takes to make the championship all his this year?
I'm gonna say no.
Do you think it's because everybody that's out and he's just the only one right now that happens to be at that level? Or do you think for some reason this year he just has the best speed?
I think he's probably just more like a top 5 guy with everybody not injured. Now that everyone's injured, he's probably a top 3. I mean, it's more like Sexton or Webb that should be taking the championship, in my opinion. Kenny will probably win another race.
Do we think we will see Eli Tomac, Jordan Smith, or Jet and Hunter return to the races before the end of this season?
I think they said that we're supposed to see Jet, and Eli said he might come back for 2, but they should probably just stay out. Injuries, the way that this season's been going for Supercross, it could really mean another big injury.
How about Hunter? Can't forget Hunter.
I don't even remember his injury, to be honest with you.
I believe it was shoulder.
Yeah, maybe he could come back. I guess HRC could have someone ride, but I mean, they're not going to win anything. So, I mean, just to get into form for outdoor, I guess.
So going back to the whole topic of Daytona, what was the worst moment and the best moment.
Worst moment's definitely got to be Levi white knuckling it and slapping himself, and then turning out to fracture your back. That's not good. And definitely the best was RJ. That was a good win for him. He needed that, and then like you said, that speech with the guy giving him the jersey. That's awesome.
I have to agree with you on RJ. Sorry, Kenny. I love you, and I'm glad you won, but I think he stole the moment on the podium with that. And yeah, I have to absolutely 100% agree. Levi's crash was gut-wrenching to see. It's terrible.
It was cool to see Cody shock, and he got a top time on a 250 in the 450 class. I mean, I think that kind of, like I said earlier with Kenny, everyone's kind of coming up. If a 250 can run it in the top 10, I mean, before it was stacked, the top 15, you could name everybody in the 450 class.
Now we have to discuss the big ass elephant in that fucking booth. So, Daniel Blair, Ricky Carmichael, and Lee Diffie, and all that drama. I don't even know, honestly, where to start with it. I will say I have researched as much as I can and the public's view on them, and I haven't really found any complaints of Daniel. Most of them are compliments. It's really hard to find something bad on him. Going to Ricky, it's all over the internet. It's been all over the internet, but of course it's being resurfaced now. And Lee Diffie was not on my bingo card for anything. So I had to research him, not knowing much, and either. So when it comes to the drama itself, I'm leaning towards believing Daniel and his story, and it really tells me something that those two have still not come out with any statements.
I agree. There's definitely some fire where that smoke is. There are some selected few that think that Daniel maybe, jumped or skipped putting his dues in. But if you're that good and a lot of people really like you, maybe you don't have to put in 15 years commentating somewhere else. Like, just because you're really good at something like Ricky doesn't mean that you're going to be good at commentating.
Which has been most of the world's agreement, I believe, because he doesn't really do any analysis. He doesn't really bring anything to the table except for the
oh,
and it never is for anything. It's usually a nothing burger. I never thought he would be good in the booth. I don't think he should stay in the booth. I think James Stewart is awesome. I think he brings a lot more to the table. He brings the information, the details, suggestions, analysis, and he has a great personality and smile on camera. And Jason the Weege, like I always say, he's just a machine. He does the play-by-play as if it was, I don't even know. He is completely 100%. And if he makes a mistake, I doubt anyone really catches it because he is that good.
It's almost like another thing, like Tom Brady. He's a decent commentator, but his first year he gets the Super Bowl. Like, that's kind of crazy. Tony Romo was way better. No championships, though. So, oh no, people aren't always that great. Like Michael Jordan as a team owner was terrible with the Charlotte Bobcats. He was not a people person either. So what's that tell you sometimes?
Yeah, and Michael Jordan now is dipping his toes into NASCAR, and that hasn't been really that great. But what do you think about Lee Diffie, and who would you prefer to see in the booth?
I mean, he's not necessarily terrible. He's not that bad, I don't think. It's more like how he is maybe behind the scenes more. Is he fully dedicated to Supercross? He's, been dipping his feet into IndyCar and jumping over there. I believe he is. He does have a contract with some other sport right now. So it's like, do you really want him doing both?
That I also agree. He is good on the mic, especially for someone who wasn't looking before, didn't study it or any of that. So it's pretty natural to him, which is what people were hoping for Ricky Carmichael, and it obviously is not. And that's another reason why people prefer Daniel. It's not just of a perfection thing. It's more of a relatable. He kind of talks to the audience as if he's your friend and you know him personally. It sounds cheesy, but that is the truth. So what I've been noticing in my previous videos is that a lot of people that are Ricky fans obviously are going to support him and say, you know, he's the GOAT, greatest of all time. He could do whatever the hell he wants, which is complete bullshit, and we all know it. But a lot of people were sneaking in, what about Jeremy McGrath? So when you look at the stats, they're pretty long and extensive, and they're both very extremely impressive. And if I really think about it, in my opinion, I see more of Jeremy McGrath being an overall a better mentor for the next generation than Ricky. I really don't picture Ricky spending any time with the youth groups or anything unless they're paying to use his tracks or something. But Jeremy McGrath does a lot of stuff with Kawasaki and teaching all mechanics.
I don't know. It's tough to say because it's like people are always locked into who you watched, right? So it's like the Joe Montana, the Tom Brady, McGrath, the king, Carmichael, the GOAT, Bubba Stewart, the fastest man around, Villapoto. What about him? How about where does Tomac end up? He's got a lot of wins. Just because your average win percentage is lower, does that make you less? If you have a longer career, should that make you better? Or is that watered down because you had more gate drops? So it's kind of tough to say.
As soon as you said Jeremy was the king, it makes me think with all these comments that are protecting and backing up and supporting Ricky, saying he could do whatever he wants, to whoever he wants, however he wants. I guess, are you trying to tell me he's the princess of the sport? Because that's what it seems like. He's allowed to do whatever he wants. Just not even a slap on the wrist.
Maybe he's just a goat in the courtyard walking around headbutting people, bullying people.
Well, this weekend, tomorrow, Supercross Saturday, is Indianapolis. So, I'm talking about it. I don't know. People are worried. But, you know, they say every race, gotta watch out for the whoops. Oh, the whoops. We shall see.